system to the Odoo web shop. And the good part is you can't tell, actually, or can anyone tell where it was? I think not. So this is like a good example. We have like a flawless switch to the Odoo e-commerce system on the online shop, and the switch happened right around here, at this stage. So there are no any search engine issues or any ranking problems. We have like a seamless, flawless switch to Odoo. And also our future look, what we want to achieve together. We want to be the leading experts in Odoo marketing, search engine optimization, web design, and e-commerce. And that's our focus, being more focused on e-commerce solutions as Odoo is in Odoo 18. As I said on Thursday, there's a whole e-commerce day. There will be talks about Odoo e-commerce websites from morning till evening. You can find me there if you're also there. And many are still underestimating the potential of Odoo in e-commerce. For example, when you compare with Shopify, which is already huge, we want to focus, shift this focus also for Odoo and have like this storytelling that Odoo can use too. And then also small future outlook for Odoo 18. As I said, they are putting significant emphasis on Odoo e-commerce, website development, and SEO. And yeah, everything about e-commerce will be done in the next steps of Odoo, and we want to be ready for that. Also, with the OCA collaborations, we want to have like a strong community with us and strengthen our engagement with you guys. And we also have an official partnership program for Odoo partners, where we offer the services for the clients directly or for the Odoo partners itself. But we can have a chat about it after our talk. And that's our talk. So if you got any questions regarding OPAS and Primark, I think now we have around 5 to 10 minutes to have an open discussion. Thank you very much.
Someone?
Maybe.
Neil.
Hello. I just wanted to ask, what was the game changer in changing the performance of the website? Because this is also something we are facing all the time, that pages are loading very slow. So what is in your opinion, the most critical part there?
It always depends on what kind of web services we are providing. For example, online shop, it's often that the background of the products are having heavy loading times, for example, and we have to look for what is blocking the web speed. For example, we had to check everything, and we saw that the content loading time was only 1.5 seconds, and the main blocking time was this loading for the right products, because there are a lot of products, and the system has to go through all the backend inventory to find the right products in this way. So we had like this matching system implemented because we knew this was the issue, and this is the solution for the problem. So it always depends like what the customer needs or what the customer is focused on, and then we have like a small analysis of the given situation and what we can actually do better.
Okay, thanks.
Anyone else? Okay.
Thank you very much.
So you're using Kubernetes? Yeah. Do your customers in containers, or do they have to use the same principle as with the PSH just to get to the repository that you
So welcome again to day 2 of OCA Days 2024. This is Maxime. He is from Open Source Integrators, based in Mexico, but Open Source Integrators is all around, worldwide. And he is going to talk to you about field service management, if I have the right talk. He has 3 talks. Maybe you've just done 3.5. So he is full of information to share with all of you.
Thank you. And so here is the team behind those field services in the last couple months. Samuel is with me this year, and Santiago could not join. But so the agenda, we'll go through the project story, so how we came up with those modules, and we'll see the scope they cover, some little demo, and then we can discuss the roadmap for those who have interest and maybe even projects. Sounds good? So, project started back in 2016. We got a customer, HomePro in Texas, who wanted to implement field services with Odoo. Their business is about home cinema in new houses, new apartment building in Texas. And their project is about, well, the company, the business model is about installing, doing a first visit on site to do all the wire cable. And then once the walls are closed, they install the Wi-Fi router and some back-end equipment. And when the customers is in the new house, then they install TVs and speakers. And so those 3 visits, because the company didn't do any project management, we decided to start like Odoo's Odoo field service today with a project and task. And so based on the bomb they sold, we got three tasks for the 3 visits to work on the house. 2017, we got an internet service provider in the US, 300 employees. They wanted to switch from Microsoft Dynamics field service for the cost of their licenses. And they were big enough, 300 employees, and they were doing project management. So that's where we said, well, do we want to mix the project management and field services operation? Not really. So they came to us with a list of requirements and said, well, there's lots of money to invest here, so we don't want to repay this cost for every version. So they went to Odoo in San Francisco. We opened the door for them, and Odoo said, well, we're not interested. So we said, well, let's push those modules, let's make those modules together and push those to the OCA and see if it sticks, if someone join the community and start contributing. So we made the first version on Odoo 11 with that company. We migrated during the project on version 12. They migrated in 2022 to version 14, and in between, lots of contributions from Accretion, from a US landscaper in Miami who are contributing, and we'll see those in the demo, the recurring field service order. So we'll see. The reason I'm explaining the company behind those, the customer behind those, is there's lots of different sectors that can fit those those modules can fit. So we can discuss those. And we migrated and did some very small refactoring during the migration to version 17 internally, but with the contribution from some members. Questions on the, no? So the scope, so it's mostly to support all the activities of companies that have operation outside their facilities. So could be a plumber, I mean lots of construction company like building the house outside. So plumber, electricians, those kind of jobs looks for a solution to manage their field services. The module provides locations, workers, routes, and orders. We extended those requirements with a company in Chile who distributes bottles of waters for company. And so we all manage routes. We added routes and vehicles for them, equipment, which is the fountain where they sometimes need to do some maintenance or cleanup. Also equipment for the ISP where there is some network equipment, router, switch in those locations. They specialized on residential for students on US campus. So lots of equipment there. They need to manage workers' skills. So if your workers need to get certified to work on certain equipment or perform some kind of operation there, we manage those so you can filter based on the skills. We support templates of orders, recurring orders. I mentioned the landscaper, so they have a yearly contract and to mow your garden, and so he's coming, basically has a field service order every 2 weeks or every 3 weeks to come by your house and do the work. We support maps, map view with the OCA Geo Engine, but also Google Maps. So those kind of people in the field, they have a dispatcher in the company facility, and they need the tools to locate where people are. And the typical requirement there is you get a call from a customer, my internet is down. Who is the closest, most available with the equipment in the vehicle with the skills? So we can filter by all those dimensions and give them right on the call, like, yeah, we can have someone within 20 minutes, or someone is finishing the job and can be on site within the next hour. So, and also all the mapping and cartography stuff is useful to have like build a fence around the location and trigger some sending of an SMS or email saying, hey, the guy is 20 minutes away from your home, make sure to be there. I'm sure we all, I don't know if everybody, but got this Amazon delivery where they say, well, we'll deliver on Tuesday, but yeah, what time? So you need to take your complete day off to receive this. So the idea is to be a little bit more precise. And all that I mentioned here is within the field service application, but it's also integrated with all the Odoo apps. So you can create a field service from a CRM lead. We will see during the demo, we'll create a sales order and confirm it creates whether it's a recurring field service order or just a single one, integrated with inventory when we need to manage spare parts or those kind of things. Trigger a purchase, or even purchase, a order, a timesheet entries if the worker is an employee, a purchase if it's an external one, if you subcontract your part of your operation there. Integrated with projects, so you can create a field service order from a task, from an help desk ticket. integrating with accounting to create the customer invoice at the end of the field service process, or the vendor bill if it was a subcontractor. Integrated with agreement if you had like some kind of legal document attached to the field service, order the fleet for vehicles, maintenance and repair. So pretty extended scope here. Questions on the scope? Any other missing features that you guys have question on?
What about the mobile support? So when they're outside, is it
Yep.
possible for them to also Is it possible for the service employees to also register their times, their material, all that stuff using their mobile?
Yep, so we made a mobile app for various customers. One is I think it was the Chilean company. So when they deliver the water bottles, they have a mobile app. I don't think it supports the disconnected mode yet, but that's something we've been getting requests on and needs funding to work on this. But the idea is you can first get the list of field service order by employee by day, so they know what they have to do. They are sorted out based on the routing. We got this company in Chile that made the integration with a routing service to optimize the navigation. Once on site, the workers can get the customer signature directly on the app. They can take pictures. They can request additional inventory item. They can in Chile they also wanted to get, so they take the empty bottles. They give the full one, but they also receive payment, so credit card or cash. And so all those transactions happen on a mobile app. They also asked us to, when the trucks goes back to the plant, they count empty bottles, and so they do a cycle count on the truck. They count the money. If something doesn't square, they charge the driver. So the mobile app is there, and what else do we have on the app? I think that's pretty much it. They can see the equipment with all the information related to the model. Anything else you can think of?
Is it a free app or can it be purchased somewhere?
The what?
Is it a free app or is it something
It's something we sell. I think it's still $100 per user per year. But yeah, I mean, I think the app didn't age very well. So we and most of the previous years' migration were done by community members. So we didn't. The main reason there is so I built those modules with a colleague named Wolfgang Hall. He was, I think he presented a couple of years ago in OCA days, those modules as well. He retired, and so right now we're looking for a captain for the ship. So I've been reviewing stuff, but if we can, happy to review any contributions. The idea is if we can get some new project there, or even supporting you in yours, we can discuss how we can implement what's missing. No issue there. We're just really missing fuels and gas more than anything here. So demo, I'll quickly go through really the basic feature there, but I think it's version 14 we got like 30 modules or something, so there's lots of extensions that we can migrate from previous version. So I just want to go through the basic workflow there, but we'll review workers, location, the orders. I want to go through the product configuration also, and so the story I'll go first in the demo is we'll see how to sell the services from the sales order. and see what's going on when we confirm. Okay. So we got our field service application here, but if we go to sales, I have two examples here, so let's take this one. So it's a service, usual Odoo configuration. What we just added here is how we track field services. So you can create one field service order per sales order, one per line, or create a recurring one. You select the template of the order. You select if it's a recurring one, you select the recurring template as well. Could be every day during the work week, or could be every 3 weeks. So there's a bit of configuration there, but so far we've been able to support pretty much all the businesses that does this kind of contracts. So once we go through a quotation here, and I can create a new one. So we select the customer, we select the service location. So a service location is a specific object which also store like address on the contact. So don't be surprised if you create a location and you see those appearing in your list of partners. That's the intent. They are not to benefit from what Odoo provides on the contact, like geolocalization, those kind of features. We reuse them here. So we select the location. We select one of our two services. So let's pick the easy one here. Put a price. On the other info, we can, so the delivery date could be the one would be the one that the customer expects the service to the worker to arrive at the location. And so once we save and confirm, we get a field service order here. So the same idea as with inventory and inventory item, but as a dispatcher. So you go to your field service application, you can have different teams, and each team has a different process. So you can, again, also manage all the stages. But you get your list of order here. I don't have the map view, but that's, again, something that can be added. And the day route. So the day route, it's basically a list of orders. So you can see here on this. So yesterday, maybe I can pick like today. Worker 1 with his vehicle is part of the default team. Is going to go to those locations. So what we've done, for example, in Chile is when people order a delivery of water, they can select the day based on the capacity of the truck, and so maybe their route doesn't run on Tuesday, and so or Wednesday is full, so the calendar will only show Thursday and Friday. So they can, based on their selection there, we add the order to the correct route. The route can be, so that it's a manual optimization, but that's where with the sequence here, you can send all the service order to an optimization software or platform, and based on whether it's gas, time, whatever, sort all those orders by based on the optimization. So if we go back here, so I have all my orders. I can. So here is the one I think we just created. So on the route, we got the template based on the product configuration. We can manage different types. That's entirely configurable. Priority with the star, location, the routes, the workers. We can assign the vehicle. So on the location, we manage who we should contact to. So the location might just be this room over here, and if you want to send something to this room, you may need to contact someone that is, so you have the primary contact, but you need to ship to downstairs. Or so it might just be like a different address on the university campus. You may be shipping to a building, but the location is in another building. So it's we manage those kind of twists here. We got office hours if maybe you need to be there between 9 and 4. Those kind of schedule, the time zone. On each location, so all the some location can be hard to reach. So maybe construction sites, they drive 300 meters and then turn right after the tree. So that might just be the way to get to the location. We split it so you can split your territory or your geographic area with 4 dimensions here. And so if you want to have like a specific route per territory or territory manager, could be used for sales as well. Salespeople on the road, so you can split your region with this. The ISP, all their service order is a request for quotation, is a call for tender. So they have a service order at a location. You can select here which workers serve that location, and every order you can send like who is available to do this job and when, and then they can answer by phone on their app, and you select the quickest one or whatever. So sales, it's the salesperson that manage this location, and then the geolocalization that we discussed based on the partner. On the worker, basic information to contact him, the default vehicle here, working schedule, the territories he covers, or the location he covers. So that can be managed here. On location and worker and vehicles and equipment, we manage stages. So maybe if you want to have a Kanban view and see who is on vacation, who is not available, who is working on something, we can manage different stages. And the idea there was to, on the map, have a different symbol based on whether it's a location or an equipment or a worker, and a different color based on the stage. So it's very visual to take decision there and see and get the stuff done. Okay. So then same thing on the service order. You can manage your stages and your workflow. So based on the date we set on the sales order, you have the schedule start from the customer based on the template, the duration. We have the route. So the workers, we requested to submit their time on this. Here we would manage inventory items that are necessary to perform so that's again coming from the sales order. If we add inventory item on the sales order, they come here, and so the worker knows what he has to bring. And same thing with the inventory, we added some route to Odoo stock operation. So instead of having, if you do a pick, pack, ship, like 3 operation, with field service, we added loading the vehicle and then delivering from the vehicle. And same thing with like picking up to the vehicle and then unloading the vehicle at the warehouse. So there's four other operation in the warehouse for this, in the inventory application. We manage activities, whether they are optional or required. Might just be like take a picture, need to complete it, or need to enter that information. So you can really direct what the worker needs to do on site. There it can just be more informal, but an open text. Execution when it started, when it ends, it computes the duration. Equipment available at the location the guy will work, so he can see what's there. And that information, all the order here, all the information from the orders is also available from the mobile app. So the guy doesn't need to have access. I think even the mobile app, the workers needs only a portal user in Odoo. So if you have 100 workers, 1,000 workers, they don't need to be 1,000 users in Odoo Enterprise. Questions so far? Yes? Okay. What else? Yeah, so you can move on to the flow. We got our recurring order here, so you can see all the other ones scheduled on that recurring order. So master data, we got pretty much I mentioned everything here on the reporting. Some data based on the orders, day routes, equipment. So just a standard pivot view here. And yep. So roadmap, migrate to version 18. I believe those modules are still ahead of what Odoo provides in the field service order in enterprise. We'll see tomorrow. But yeah, like I mentioned, we need customers financing whatever is missing here. But we got the resources, the technology, the knowledge to implement most of the ID that came to us. So if you have your own, we can discuss this today. Thank you. Questions? Tons of it.
If I understand it right, you have added the operations in the warehouse to load and unload the car. The equipment which is there, spare parts, whatever, are they handled by warehouse locations, or is a car the location?
Yeah, so when you install the inventory integration with field service, and vehicles, so both the vehicle and the location are mapped to a stock inventory location. And so basically whatever the workers, so installation of the equipment can follow like different inventory route. They can be shipped directly with UPS. You can do the delivery with your truck. So there's various options here, or even drop shipped. And same thing with the spare parts. So they will be loaded to the truck. They will be consumed on site, and so you can always go to the stock inventory location of the FSM location and see what's in there with the whatever you have on Odoo. So if it's tracked, item tracked by lot number or serial number, you can get all the information there.
Okay, thanks. Regarding the sales, you said sales integration is also possible. Is it possible to use the map view also to suggest routes for the sales team, for example?
So on sales, so what I said is you can set a sales territory on a location and have like a salesperson dedicated to that territory, but we don't I wouldn't use the field service order for the sales guy doing on site. That can be done as well. So, but like what I showed with the day route, you could use this for salespeople, and so when they go to so they are assigned, they may have different route on their territory, and maybe on Tuesday they go visit those 10 customers on this route, and on Wednesday a different one. And what I showed here with the sequences on the route, you can optimize their journey, their day, based on who they should meet. And yeah.
Thanks. Maybe we can talk later. I don't want to consume all the time for questions. So, someone else?
We didn't see the validation process of the FSM. If we have to collect maybe a signature of the customer.
So what we've done here, good questions. 2 features we've added. So when I'm not sure I installed it, but when on the stage of the order, you can select, you can trigger action, like sending an email or requesting something. But you can also, we also added like which field needs to be set, because that way the customer can do his own configuration and say, hey, when I'm moving from new to assign, the worker field needs to be set. When I'm moving from assigned to scheduled, the schedule date needs to be set. Those kind of constraints, and so we give that tool through the stages, and that's the step we. So if your scenario is, if we want to say, well, the service order is in progress, we want to move it to completed, we need to check that the signature field is taken, and so it's just configuration.
Thank you. I have a question before. Can I ask my question in French? I'm more
Sure,
comfortable,
yeah.
and you will translate it. Thank you so much. Donc ma question, ça concerne le mouvement d'inventaire. Vous m'entendez bien? Donc ça concerne le mouvement d'inventaire. Quand on consomme des produits, donc nativement Odoo, il va rajouter le produit sur le SO, il va créer un transfert de l'emplacement de stockage principal de l'entrepôt vers l'emplacement du client. On s'entend? Et puis
Ouais.
genre, là, si on veut rajouter des produits, comment on peut savoir sur le SO que je vais consommer de l'emplacement du truck, là, du camion, et non pas de l'emplacement de stockage principal de l'entrepôt? Parce que nativement, là, sur le SO, on peut juste choisir l'entrepôt, on ne peut pas choisir un emplacement.
So the question is about the inventory configuration when we need inventory item on a location, on the FSM location, and not the truck. How do we select the warehouse?
Non, c'est que quand on consomme des produits,
Ouais.
donc normalement, le transfert, ça va être du camion vers l'emplacement du client. Mais nativement, Odoo, qu'est-ce qu'il va faire? Il va rajouter un produit sur le SO, mais il va faire le mouvement de l'emplacement de stockage principal de l'entrepôt vers le client.
Alors ça, on a dû le gérer. Non, ça, on n'a pas eu ce problème-là.
Ok.
So, parce qu'en fait, donc quand on configure les routes, en fait, on définit, donc on crée le besoin sur l'emplacement du client, la FSM location qu'on choisit dans la sales order. Et donc en fait, on va avoir des règles de pool qui vont le prendre en fait d'un véhicule, en fait une location véhicule qui est virtuelle. Et puis en fait, c'est configuré. Et donc après, il y a une autre règle qui va faire un pool sur le output, la location de output, et puis après, on suit le flow d'Odoo standard. Okay. L'idée, après, on a fait pour suivre ce process, en fait, il y a quand même, il y a une étape où en fait, on crée les trucs automatiques, mais il y a quand même des décisions qui sont prises au jour le jour, parce que c'est quel camion qu'on va envoyer, des choses comme ça. Donc chaque camion a sa location. Et donc quand on est sur des locations génériques, il y a un moment donné, il y a une prise de décision, une planification opérationnelle qui se fait pour savoir, bon voilà, on va envoyer telle personne avec tel véhicule. Et donc on va loader le véhicule avec avec ces commandes-là. Donc mais ce problème-là de...
Peut-être j'ai raté une étape. Ah, oui.
Maybe you can continue
Okay.
the discussion
Okay.
after.
Thank you.
We are to be on track.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you, Maxime.
J'ai besoin d'un expert en...
Hello, hello? No, it's not showing? It's okay. Go? Ready to go? Okay, okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Gonzalo Ruzafa. I'm from Haddock, from Argentina. And in this talk, we are going to make a quick review about how to sell an Odoo project. First of all, sorry I didn't use the template of OCA. It was messy and I didn't have time to change it. Okay. You think that is the template of OCA. So first, to start, one thing that I am an engineer, I'm an industrial engineer. When we started at OCA a long time ago, somebody had to sell. So one of the team was very good at computers, the other guy was very good at processes, and all that was left was me, so I had to sell, right? So, and one thing that is important to know when you are an engineer and you want to sell is that because you didn't study the commercial profession, you think it's easy, and you think that it's not a profession and it's looks complex and that you don't have to study and you don't have to understand how it works. You just think that you build a great product, that you have a great service, and you put a price, and everybody's going to come and buy to you, right? I should have a GIF, the ones that Fleur uses. It doesn't work that way, right? You do everything great, but people are not coming to your door, right? And so that's why we put on this talk. We talk a lot about how to do it, but we don't talk a lot about how to start, right? And to start, we need to sell, right? So first, I like always to start with the why. And I always like to think salespeople as people that are connecting needs with people that with pains, right? Needs with products or with services, right? People have problems, people have organizations that doesn't work well. So what we are doing when we are selling is we are trying to find them and to give them a value proposal that can help them, right? And without that, we don't have nothing. We can have the best product, the best service, but we are not going to be able to help them, right? Because we don't know where they are, they don't know where we are, so that's a problem. I need to be there? Okay, sorry. So, and why? Because we want, I think all people that work with ERPs, they want to help organizations thrive. So why we are doing it? We want to make a better world by empowering organizations. So we want to give them the technology, we want to train them, and we want to find them to provide the value proposition. We need to find them and understand what pains do they have. It's not the same pain that a company of one niche can have or another niche or whatever. So the first thing we try to understand is what pain are we solving? Sometimes we start with the product and the service and we go to find the people that can be helped by that. And sometimes we find the people that have a pain and we build a product or a service to cope with them. The thing that we shouldn't do is to not acknowledge them, right? because otherwise we won't have a value proposition, right? And the last part, but it's important, you need to sell to get the resources to be able to repeat all these things. You need the resources, so you need to sell, right? So, a good advice is try to get information, books, trainings, wherever, but take it as a development technique or a functional technique. You need to learn how to do it well, and there's a lot of information and documentation in order to do it better. To sell is to find, understand, and help, right? I like to think commercial people as people that help people. There's a money transaction, of course, because there's a value transfer, but it's not the core of the issue. There's a lot of commercial people that are not really commercial people, that they are just looking for money as the goal. I like to think that selling is not that, right? It's trying to provide value. You need money to transfer the value and to make it work, right? How? I already said this, but organizations are in pain. We need to understand why and give them a value proposition and a price that is below value perception, right? Now we are talking to talk briefly about this, but it's an important concept. What we are trying to do when we are developing a product or a service, it's like trying to understand the best that we can our client, right? The end user. I like user more like right, or person, right? So every time that we find something that is a problem for them and that gives them pain, and we solve it, we are pushing the value up, right? Because value is an internal perception of the person. So they are going to try to understand if what we have relieves their pain or make their lives easier, and value is going to go up and up, right? And we have a cost that we can work on it, but sometimes it's fixed. So we will try that the value is on this side of the cost, right? It has to be there. And when we set the price, it has to be somewhere in the middle, right? So how can we have a bigger price? We need to increase the value, right? Because that's our ceiling. So many times we are in a negotiation and we are not being able to demonstrate value, right? So value is maybe here, right? So price is over value, and the customer says, I don't want it, right? It could be because value is really here, or because we are not being able to show them that the value is here, right? So now we are going to talk about how the funnel works and how we are continuously trying to push value up. In a commercial area, usually we cannot drop cost because that's something from the structure. We can work on our commercial costs, but that's a structure issue. And we are always trying to find a price that is below value, because we cannot make like a blood measure to the client and say, okay, this is the value that it got, so we need to test, right? But if you standardize you understand the pain of the customer, you understand how you can show them that you have a value proposition, that it works, usually you will have an idea on how the value will be perceived, because when you do it over and over again, and you will try, and overall, you'll find the price that is below that value, and you find conversion rates that are good, okay? Sorry, this is very technical, but it was important for me to understand it better. So now we are going to talk about funnel. Who here works with funnels in their commercial areas? Okay, I hope they are from Adox. Okay, nobody. Okay. When you talk about a funnel, it's different from a tunnel because a tunnel, everything that gets in gets out, right? It's a pipe. When you talk about a funnel, the things that come in are not the same things that come out. So that's the first things that, as an engineer, you need to know. It's, okay, I give you a product, you give me the money, and everything's great. No, it doesn't work that way. You make the proposal, but there's going to be a lot of steps that have different percentage, and that will end up, if I do everything good, in closure. So the first important concept is that over time, we need to understand our conversion rates. Anybody here had heard about conversion rates? No? Anyone? Conversion rates. No? Yeah? Okay. Conversion rates, it's like a percentage that you get statisticals that every, I don't know, I have 100 leads. How many of those leads are going to end up in a sale? And that percentage is very important, right? And we will see it in the next step, right? But if you don't do it, I strongly recommend you to try to learn your conversion rates, because otherwise you could think that you are having a crappy commercial process, and maybe not. For example, a 5% conversion rate is pretty normal in the ERP industry, and sometimes I hear people that tell me, I had 10 opportunities and didn't close any of them. So usually you need 20 leads to get just one sale. So maybe you are not getting enough leads. It's not that you are doing things bad, or it's not that you need to go to the product guides to tell them, change the product because I'm not selling. Right? That's a bad strategy. Usually it's that you're not finding the niche that works better, or you're not having enough leads. So this brings us to the first step. Develop a lead factory, right? You have, I suppose that here everybody has a product or a service, so usually you know what pain do you relieve, or that's an important concept. You need to know what pain do you relieve, not how the product works. That's something that engineers do a lot. They try to be specialists in what the product does and not what pain it releases, right? And when you're talking as a commercial, you may not know how it works, but you need to know what it solves, right? And the people on the other side are going to want to know what it solves, not how we do it, because then they will be trained in order to do it, right? So that's important. So the first part that is here, it's in the funnel, it's the first part. The first part is lead generation. So it is usually called SDR, Sales Development Representative. That's usually the person or the role that it's like getting the leads and processing them, right? So first you need to have enough leads. So you need to develop your inbound channel. It could be a passive one. You could have a form in your website, right? But usually for that to work, you need to have a lot of brand and a lot of awareness, right? Because it means that somebody looked for your webpage, right? So usually the inbound channel, it's the place where you end up when they already know you, or because you have made some kind of action that made them go to a webpage, right? You may go to an event and give cards, or you may work with Google Ads because you are paying for advertising. It's expensive to work with Google Ads, but maybe you are solving problems on the medical science, right? So you can make a campaign in Google Ads that says, I'm the ERP for medical science. It doesn't matter, it's Odoo, you're working with medical science. So the campaigns are cheaper, and the people that are looking for you, they can read, we solve this and this and this, your pain, and they are going to go to the webpage. So there's a lot of ways, there's meta, there's SEO, but it's always important to think about your inbound channel, because it's going to be the difference in having leads or not having leads, right? The other point is focus in one problem and become expert. When people that are starting their business, they don't have like a very powerful budget for marketing. They don't have a product that solves all things. So it's much better to try to focus in one problem and to be the best one in that problem, right? If you want to be the best in a lot of problems, you're probably not going to be. You're going to be average. But if you are focusing on one issue, you're probably going to be smarter at responding, you're going to understand better the pain, so you're going to be better. So what will happen to your conversion rates? It's a question. They will go, right? So you want to show more value so that the conversion rate goes up, so you need less leads, because leads are expensive, right? It costs a lot to get leads, so you're trying that. You are always going to work with those two variables, leads and conversion rates, right? Process leads fast. This comes when you have some kind of a big pipeline, but it's always best not to spend a lot of time processing leads that are not your fit, because you will lose a lot of energy, a lot of time that you need to increase the conversion rate of the actual leads that are qualified. So it's really important in the SDR process to try to understand if it's a fit, and if it's not a fit, okay, but we can make it work, because it usually doesn't work. The conversion rate is very low, and you spend a lot of time that you need to attend to a meeting or to process another lead or to go to an event or whatever, right? and you're selling meetings. In this part, you're not trying to sell the product, you're not trying to close it. I always say it as if you meet a girl or a boy and you say, okay, let's get married. It doesn't work that way. You need to go out and you need to do a lot of things before going there, right? So that's the first step. When you sold the meeting, and how do you sell the meeting? You have to show them in the first call that you understand their pain, you know what they are talking about, and that will give you the meeting. If you understand them, it will give you a meeting. You don't have to show them anything, just that you understand them and that you have some kind of validation that you have coped with that problem before, right? So those two things. I understand you, and I have worked on this before. Oh, you have problems with stocks, and sometimes you have a shortage. Yeah, that's really common in the supply chain industry. One time it happened to me that blah, 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 blah. And we solved it this way. It was great. And the guy, okay, this guy understands me. I will give you some of my time that is very expensive because I like to watch reels in Instagram. I want to do a lot of things. I will give you that time to you so we can have a meeting, right? Second step, be great at demonstrating how you relieve the pain. The first meeting should be all about demonstrating how you relieve pain, right? You need to say, okay, I remember that we discussed about shortage. I remember that we discussed about, I don't know, product qualification or whatever, okay? So you need to demonstrate them with real facts, with the product. You need to have a real demo, not a presentation. I hate presentations. I did a presentation here because we need to. But it's much better to have the product working, and a very common thing that people in the commercial, usually when you're starting, the founder is doing the presentation, so you know your product, right? But it's very important to understand that when you are showing the product, you are not showing how it works. You're not showing the parameterization, or you're going to bore them, right? You just want to tell them, okay, you have the short-term problem. Here you have a point of sell, how do you call it in English? Point of stock, I know it in Spanish, but it's the control stock in which you can set an automatic purchase order, for example. And you just show it, and okay, the guy will say, okay, I'm sure it works, it's there, okay, he understands. So you're going to try to check all the pains that they have and how to solve it. That's the goal in the first meeting. So be great at demonstrating that, and demonstrating that you can cope with the pain. Be great at listening more than talking, right? You need to listen, because they are going to feel, if you listen, you're going to be more efficient in the time that you use, because you're going to understand what the guy, he's going to give you the information about the value he's needing if you let them talk. They're going to say three things that are the things why he's looking maybe for an ERP in this case, right? They're going to say it if you let them talk. So let them talk. We engineers, we like to give the solution before we know the problem. It's usual, I do that. But it's better to listen, right? Detect pain, do not show the house, focus on the way and the demonstration of understanding the situation and capability to deliver value, right? So it's more or less it. So if you did this great, they are going to close the meeting. Okay, that was great. You want to try to book a new meeting before closing this, right? It's really important. Okay, let's talk again. Okay, great. No, you don't do that. You end the meeting with another meeting, right? If it's a fit, maybe you understood here that it's not a fit and you ditch them, right? But all people end up in, it's very usual for junior commercial that it was great. They are going to call me and they're going to, no, it doesn't work that way. The person goes away and they have another problem and they start working on another thing and they forget and goodbye. You need to, in the last 10 minutes, to get a new call, right? So it's really important that. And if you did everything great, they are going to talk with the guys in the office. They're going to say, okay, I talked with the guy that can solve my problem, I understand. And some other guy in the office is going to say, okay, but how is invoicing in that product? They are going to come more questions, and they are going to start digging more in the how, right? If you fulfill this, you're going to enter the how zone, right? It's good, the how zone. I'm going to use that concept, the how zone, right? And this is the how zone. Right? You are deeper in the funnel. So when you go deeper in the funnel, what happens with conversion rates? You do always say it's like they go up, right? Because you are qualifying more and more. So it's more probable that they are going to buy, right? Here. So when we are deeper into the funnel, you have to start to be more clear about the scope, right? You have more time. The guy is going to, so you can say, okay, this can work. Maybe this is not the best tool for you in this topic. That's important. When you are sincere about something that your product doesn't have, it gives you validation to the customer. Because if you say everything yes, the person on there is going to say, this person is lying. It cannot be everything. Everything cannot be fulfilled, right? And that's nonsense, right? So you need to be clear about the scope. Hopefully, you will have more yes than no's, so that they move forward. Sometimes it happens in Odoo. We are really, really sincere, and sometimes they say, okay, we cannot make it, and they go away, and they look for other solutions, and they'll come back, and they say, okay, I will resign to this functionality because I believe that what you said is real because you've been honest. We checked the same product with another person, and he told us that it had it, he couldn't demonstrate it, he's full of, right? So it doesn't work. Go to gap analysis if needed and charge for it. This is very important. Sometimes when you are working with ERP, it's not as simple as maybe with a mailing solution. And you cannot go maybe to a freemium model, right? Starting free and then charging for it. So if you cannot really understand, usually the customer if you validate, if you are right here, could be interested in buying a gap analysis. That could be really cheap because it's maybe 20, 30 hours, whatever. And it will allow to analyze better the scope. It is important that you charge it. And why it's important that you charge it? Because otherwise they won't commit to the process. They won't value the hours. They may not attend the meetings or whatever. You can charge it cheap if you want, with a big discount, but you need to charge it, right? And the conversion rate after gap analysis, where it goes up. It goes up. When you go to gap analysis, usually it's 50-50, 60-40. It's very high. You may find things that you cannot work on it, but it validates your relation. They understand how you work. It gives them a lot of information. So usually, if you're not that bad, they will advance. And in this meeting, in the second meeting, you need to demonstrate expertise. So maybe you will have people that are not that senior in the first steps because you have lower conversion rates. But when you get here, it's like you have a good material, so you need to protect it. So there you can spend more expensive hours in getting there, maybe to get an expert to be involved. An important thing to understand when you get an expert involved here is what do you need to tell the expert to say and not to say. And that doesn't mean saying him, okay, lie about this. No, it's don't go deep in what? In technical, in how, because you're going to bore the client. There's a sweet spot that you are showing them that you know how to do it, but you are not making it boring, right? So maybe sometimes the commercial is working with the expert and saying, okay, we can move forward. It's like testing that, okay, validation, move forward, don't bore him. Okay, so if this works well, you get to the end of not the end, but before the end, it's like you get to quotation tool. What I showed before about value and price means that if you start with price, sometimes you start with price because you already have product validation and you already have value. For example, you say, okay, Google gives you the price at the landing page. And why do they do that? And why don't they go to the funnel to move value up before putting the price? Why do you think they do that? You already know the value. Everybody's using Google. You know how, yeah. 5 minutes, okay. I put you for a question. Okay, so quotation, it's a tool, but it's the last tool because first you need to show them value. Otherwise, you won't find price is going to need to go very low because you don't push value up. So you need, okay, I make it cheaper because value is it's too low, right? make it simple. Don't make complex quotations, right? You try to make it as simple as you can, right? 20 pages with a lot of specifications, it doesn't work. Make it flexible so they can try to, because sometimes they understand value, that it's really up, and price is below value, but they cannot afford it because maybe they don't have the money. Maybe they say, okay, it's fair, but I don't have the money. So if you make it flexible, if you can start with less apps, if you can start with less users or whatever, you can make them afford, that's negotiation, right? That's the last part. When you are working with ERPs, you are trying to win the future, because if you build a relation with them, it will give you a recurring revenue that will help you build your structure. So you will sometimes have to resign the short term for the mid-term or the long term. So be ready to resign the short term in favor of the medium long term. If they are willing to pay a recurring for maintenance or for hours or for whatever, you can lower the entry point if it helps them to enter after showing the value proposition, right? Otherwise, it's going to be a problem. Defend value, negotiate price. Never compromise value. You always have to say, our product is great, our service is great, it comes with this pain, this pain, this pain. So do we agree about value? Okay. But we can negotiate about price because I want to build a relation with you. So I can work with price. But don't tell me that the product is not that good, so you can pay less, right? Value is there, and you defend it like a lion, right? But the price can go up, down, because you want to build a relation. Put deadlines, that's key. You need to make them move forward the funnel or go out of the funnel. So, okay, I call you on Friday, okay, at that time, okay, great. And if it doesn't work well, after that deadline, okay, thank you very much, this didn't work, so you move to the next. Remember that maybe you will get one sale through 20 leads, so you're going to need to reject a lot of leads. And be aggressive, there are more fishes in the sea. I'm not talking about being aggressive in the sale. You can be aggressive on the sale, but it's not like be pushy. It's like, okay, do you need this, you need that, okay, I give it to you, or I'll try to give it to you, and if I give it to you and you're hesitating, and okay, we'll see each other again, and you go to fish another fish, right? You are aggressive in the short term, and you move forward, right? And that's it. Right? Okay. Thank you very much. So, questions? No questions? Yeah. Okay.
So you mentioned that for a gap analysis we should chart. How we should chart them actual hours, or we should chart number of, percentage of the total deal?
Okay, that's a good question. This is my opinion. I don't have like any supporting paper or whatever. For me, it's better to charge near the cost for you, right? Because if you charge a percentage of the project, it doesn't make real sense, because maybe it's a very big project and you want to charge 2%, and the customer, what he's going to analyze is value against price. So if he see, if value is trying to understand if this will work, it will be a value. It's not a very high value, because maybe it doesn't work for them, so they will lose that money, right? Maybe they will learn something in the way, but they will lose it. So you will need to put price below that value that is low, so you need to move forward. If you go to a gap analysis, it's because you have an idea that you could move forward. If you don't have a lot of possibilities, you don't go to a gap analysis, because you're not selling gap analysis. It's just a tool that you have to move forward. So it has to be cheap. Yeah. Any more questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Morning, everyone. We'll be discussing transportation in the next 30 minutes. So, my name is Maxime Chambroy. I've been still working for open source integrators. Hasn't changed in 30 minutes. So, event sponsor of the OCA days. Same team as the FSM module. We've been working on the two aspects there, and same agenda. We'll go through a little bit of history of those transportation module, the scope they cover, a brief demo, and we can discuss roadmap and ideas that we want to include. So, project story in 2020. Alan Ramos in Torreon, Mexico, started implementing and developing transportation module for a company over there. Mostly transportation by truck of cargo, also including in all the electronic documentation for Mexico. For fiscal reasons, fiscal requirements. He migrated those modules to 15 last year, and we got some. We participated to some logistics events this year and previous ones. So I looked at what was available in the Odoo App Store, found him, and we decided to work with, we got 2 interns working on those modules this year. So we've did some refactoring. It's not like a one-to-one migration of this module, but we migrated to 17, and we'll see how this looks like in a minute during the demo. So the scope, mostly designed, so he made the module originally for a truck company moving cargo, but we wanted to be more generic. We got some leads as well in transporting passengers. So the module provides vehicles, drivers, route, trips. We support terrestrial transportation, so car, truck, train, water, ferries, container, airlines and carriers. We made the integration with, so one of the things Alan worked on is it's redeveloping most of the features within his module. So there were very low integration with Odoo. For obvious reason of time and money, we decided to integrate the transportation module with account asset in Odoo for depreciation, also with maintenance. We integrated with sales to sell either trip, so the whole truck or the whole vehicles, or space within that vehicles, and tickets when it's passengers. So we wanted to support both. We also supported integration with purchases and expenses. So whether the truck driver is an employee or not, that could trigger whether it's an expense or a purchase. So that's how we support subcontracting. And for those who knows the market over there, we did a demo with Estafeta. It's a local carrier who's been recently purchased by UPS. We did a demo over there, pretty interested by what we showed them, and what they are looking for and they don't get today is the cost by trip or cost by route. So something we, using the Odoo analytic accounting, we're able to support both at the same time, using analytic plans, so we can have like one account per route or one account per trip. And whether it's a purchase, expense, records, or the income from the sales order or the invoices, then we can really track by trip or by route the profitability of the operation. So during the demo, I'll show you drivers. We extended the race partner there, vehicles based on Odoo fleet, trips. We'll see the product configuration to basically go through the story here where you sell, whether it's a seat or trip. During the confirmation, it creates the trip, and you can then schedule your trip, assign the trip to a driver and vehicles. You can enter purchases, submit expenses, and create invoices at the end. So this is the module here, so it installs fleets as well. We manage different teams, which each team can have their own workflow and stages. But going quickly through master data, so we have the vehicles here where you get all the demo data from the fleet. Haven't added much there, but we got this tab here so you can define whether you operate on cargo or passengers and define the capacity. So based on cargo, it's volume or number of products. One of the use case that Alan had is working for Mabe, who produces a fridge. So he's managing the capacity of the truck by the number of fridge that can fit. So you can select the product and then define the capacity. Not sure why we don't see the field. Yeah, here. So you select the product and you can define what's the capacity with that product. Then we have drivers. So let me go through this. Yeah. Driver. So same thing. We can manage stages on the driver to manage his availability or status. But basic information here. Distance is traveling, the licenses, license number, expiration dates, contact. So all the usual stuff from a contact there. So mostly the license here is what's most interesting, and the last piece is the location. So every location here is a contact as a REST partner record as well. So we extended a bit here. Not even, so it's, yeah, we haven't made, or maybe very small one. But so all the transportation location, just the box here, so we can filter in the order when we don't want to select all the contact database. So let's go to sales here. So I created two products. So I have my seat. It's a trip service. So you can select whether it's a new trip or a seat. Based on those, so this is the seat here. There's not much to configure at this stage. And if we go to the next one, which is the trip, there you can select how you will invoice, how you will sell this, so whether it's by distance or weight, and what's the unit of measure for that factor here. And so once we go to a quotation, let's create a new one. So what we did here, you select, let's say, the trip. So we open that pop-up window here. You can use a predefined route. So if you have established route like an airline where you go from Brussels to Liège every day, then you can predefine your route with origin and destination. Otherwise, it's an ad hoc trip. So maybe we go from Liège to Brussels Expo, and we may want to go today at 5, and we'll be arriving at 6. So we configure our trip. So that trip, so things we're still missing is based on the geolocalization and route and the origin destination, compute the factor. So what's the distance between the two cities or the two locations? And then we also manage, so we kept the quantity there, so you'll be doing this trip once or twice or a couple of times to the customer, so you can manage the quantity of trip that will be created. And let's just make a simple one here. Maybe it's 100 euros or dollars. And so once we confirm, we get our trip created at the top, so the sales guy can look at the status here. And so one thing I haven't shown is once we select the trip on the line, it creates the trip in a draft state. And once we confirm the sales order, it moves to the confirmed one. So if we go here to our transportation, so we have our different team. We can see all the trips here. So we got our trip right here. We can assign it to a team, a vehicle. So we're going to drive the yellow bus from Liège to Brussels. So we can determine per trip if we will create invoices and bill when the trip is completed. We got our planning that we did on the sales order. I think the vehicle is configured to transport passengers, so we can add all the people here. That's still something we need to work on there, but the purpose there is to allow the user to configure an image where we can put the seats and have some numbers related to those, have a stage there to see if it's available, if it's VIP, if it's reserved or booked. And so people can select all the seats in here. We can create expenses, as I mentioned earlier, so you can see there the analytic distribution is already set. So an account was created for that trip and automatically set on the expenses. So when the drivers will report fuels, lunch, whatever that as an expense, and if it's an employee, all the costs will be put on that same account. So there's nothing really new. It's just Odoo standard expense module. So maybe it's $30 and related to the trip. Purchases, that's the same ID. So create a purchase order and can select the vendor. And on the line, if we show here the analytic distributions, we got the same analytic account automatically set. So to make sure that all the costs really ends up in the same account. So maybe they buy fuel here, and yeah. you get the ID standard process of Odoo behind the scene, and there we track the actual date start, date end, and compute the duration. And so if we save this, and let's say this is complete, so we got all the smart buttons at the top. Forgot to check the box here, so we don't have the invoices, but we can easily browse from the trip. For the dispatcher, he can check all the data from the other team. Questions regarding trip management and everything we've seen so far?
The product, the factor cannot be in cubic meter.
So the product, we only added a few, but we can add more. We can add more here. So yeah, distance weight. I think usually it's also volume that's been used in the truck. So what's the one you mentioned?
To have it in volume.
Yeah, yeah. That's just needs to be yeah. We can add this one as well.
I think it was configured on the vehicle. Right. Sorry, on the vehicle. Yes.
Yeah, the vehicles allow to define the capacity, but here it's really like what's the dimension, because the volume is one. For some, what I've heard is there is also a combination, like it's a weight and volume. Yes. So that's why I ask the team, like, leave those two. Those are the most generic one. And once we get those fancy requirements during a project, we'll see how we can add them. But the idea was we made those modules here within 2-3 months with interns. So I think it's a pretty good milestone there. And so yeah, the idea was to go quick. And we did the demo, like I mentioned, to Estafeta. There's interest there. There is not just on transportation, but also on field service as well. So the idea, if we can get them on board, then we'll be adding more features to this there, and even migrate to 18.
Is there a GPS module available?
Not yet, but again, that's integration that can easily be done. We can integrate Odoo with the truck. I've had some discussion with Freightliner, the manufacturer. They have their own platform with API, so they also have their own tools. So we don't. Most of it's like we don't need to integrate directly with the truck. The truck reports to the platform, and we integrate with them. So usually the manufacturers provide this, and if it's not, there is independent provider doing it.
Is there a module where we can put in multiple delivery locations? Because if we consider the transport case.
That's a good question. So if you were there on my previous talk about field service, that's thinking I've done is whether we use field service for this as well. Problem with field service is it's we manage one location, so you go to that location, you may have a route, you go to the next route, and then you come back. The transportation, it's really like origin destination. So the question was like, if I manage a trip with 2 field service order, like doing a pickup here and a delivery there, that could have been a solution, but that's, from what I've seen in the industry, that's really one trip with the 2 locations, and so when I've looked at Alan's module first, that's what he did. I think I've seen other solutions as well. That's the same modelization. Rafael in Brazil also came up with some standard and UBL document or XML document that defines. I say, well, this is This is a prototype here. The idea is to get the basic functionalities, and if the company has the requirement to implement those kinds of structures and standards, then that can be improved. But again, like we got in this logistics event we went to, there is a company with very few trucks and starting, so they don't need the whole shebang to get started. And part of what we'll be needing as well that's not there for our own market is all the electronic documents. So truck driver needs to have a document signed with their content, with what they already delivered. So behind the scene, there is also, especially in Mexico, all the border crossing stuff to manage. So effort can go in very different direction there. So it's going to be driven by customer requests. Other questions?
Is there a timeline or map view for the scheduled trips?
A timeline for what?
Timeline or map view for the scheduled trips.
I didn't get it.
For scheduling.
Timeline view, nope.
Maps?
Nope. That's a good idea. Let me come back to my slide here. So, timeline view for scheduling. Map view. What else? GPS tracking. GPS. Le volume. Yep.
Also, mobile read function.
Good point. It's Christmas, go for it. Yeah. Well, that's subcontracting. That's there. But I'll put the GPS tracking and platform. Okay.
Yeah, and just a question: is the module thought for companies which the main business is transportation, or it also fits for companies that need to transport their production, like any industry, like construction, that needs to manufacture and then ship, but that don't manage their own vehicle or their own drivers, but that are subcontracting it. Is it like something that could fit, or not? It's not the use case.
Maybe, but that will not be the focus there. I think there is other modules to do this, and maybe you can share what's in the repo. I don't know if, yeah.
Company that needs to transport their constructions, their production, but transportation is not their heart of business. And I was asking if this is fitting or not.
Yeah, we have module in the OCA to organize transportation of different companies. Okay. So that's mainly around the delivery carrier module, which allows somebody to find the carrier and then we can interconnect with different carriers. That's the easy part, of course. And then what you can do is organize all the handover of the carrier, making the goods, and Thank you. Anything else to add on the list of ideas?
on, yeah. And you can hear me on this one, yep, and this one. Does that show too? Yeah. I know you have to read through each thing. Mic 1 on top left, yeah. Yeah, hold on. There we go. But this one here. We'll try to read. Mic 1, mic 2 on. Yeah. There we go, there's more people. What's that? Oh, that's disappearing. Okay. Yep. We'll give it 1 more minute. There we go. It's not a podium. It's some chairs at the beginning. Sorry, Samuel. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. That's all good. All right, shall we start, do you think? All right. Well, welcome everybody. I don't need that one at the moment. We're OCA Days, day 2. And we're going to have a round table about the life of Odoo integrators in the OCA ecosystem. So we've got 4 lovely panel members here. We've tried to get a bit of a global perspective here. So we have Tecnativa in Spain, I don't know if I ever say this right, Thurp or Terp, either way in the Netherlands. Serpent in India and Numigi in Canada. So we've got a bit of a mix here to hopefully give you a good round of things. So I'll just quickly get each panel member integrator to introduce themselves, your company, your role and your experience with Odoo and the OCA. So I'll start with you, Julian.
Thank you.
Here we go.
Hello everyone. My name is Julian and I've been working on Odoo since 2016. And I work with Numigi from 2018. I'm a co-founder, and I work more as a business consultant, project manager, and I've been seeing the evolution of Odoo since then, and it's been a fun journey. Yeah.
Yes.
Hello everyone, bonjour. This is Jay from Serpent Consulting India. I've been myself working on Odoo since 2007, ever since Odoo itself was version 3. So then I started my company Serpent in 2011, and then onwards with Odoo's open source genes we started. Then the gene was well nurtured by OCA. So our open source mindset has been well polished through OCA only. So from 14 onwards, ever since OCA was born, we have been actively participating in a lot of contributions, a lot of trainings, a lot of networking, meetings, and so on. So yeah, we are, as a company and myself, very much interested to make sure OCA grows, and we want to educate everybody about the beauty of OCA, the good crux of OCA, so that going onwards, we have more and more people involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Gijs-Jan with Terp in the Netherlands, and together with my good friend Tom, we took over the company in 2022. Before that, we had built our name as like a small contracting company doing customizations, and Terp was in need of fresh management, and we're still going strong, 11 people, where we're mostly trying to focus on OCA, but we tend to handle relatively large projects concerning both enterprise and community modules living alongside together in what I tend to consider as a very mature market where Odoo isn't used as a first step of automating away a business, but people moving away from other ERPs or trying to get rid of microservices and implementing something integrated. And that's a challenge, especially if you're a little bit of a smaller player in the field. So yeah, I'm excited to hear what other people have to say about their experiences.
Perfect, thank you very much. And Pedro Manuel Baeza from Tecnativa, Spain, and I act both as executive and technology officer. We are small, so I can cover more or less both things. And I personally work with Odoo, previously OpenERP, since 2011. And Tecnativa was founded on 2016. Well, we are small, but we make a lot of noise.
Wonderful. That's a very good way to describe Tecnativa, I think. Okay, so our first question for our panel is, how has the role evolved over the years? So the role of the Odoo integrator, and then we'll follow up with what key skills are essential today. So who would like to take that first? How has the role evolved over the past few years as an integrator? Jay, ready to go? Sure. And then Pedro.
Yeah. What I have seen, ourselves as a developer to start with, now we are grown as a company of 120 in India. But the role, so everybody is an integrator. How you have to evolve is, you have to get to the framework. Second is you have to know the good pitch of consulting, because nowadays, the way Odoo as a product has grown, it is actually a challenging time for OCA, an integrator and developer as well, because a lot of things are built in. The beauty of a lot of OCA modules are now going to be built in sooner or later in 19, 20 versions. So I think as an integrator, if you have to upskill yourself, I think it's best is to study the businesses, study the micro verticals, and do the right consulting, because the technical things in future might matter less, more will matter consulting. So even for my suggestion for individual is study the consulting approach, see the methodology, how to meet to the client, simplifying the implementation. Also for OCA, it's my personal wish that OCA has to roll them out as a implementing consultant rather than only the group of techie people. So to simplify, learn the functional aspect, proper consulting, how to map, and maybe less development. That's the future. Anybody else?
I would say not you are talking about evolution of integrators, but I would like to introduce more the evolution of the whole ecosystem, moving integrators to resellers. And that's a problem because at the beginning we were passionate about what we are doing. Now there is only business in most cases. So that's something that makes the ecosystem less friendly and less eager to work on some things. But this is for what OCA was created, and here we are on that part.
Yeah. That's it. Yes.
To just build on what Jay and Pedro said, I think an important part of the changing nature of our work has also been that we aren't running that many new implementations anymore. And with the growing feature sets of Odoo Enterprise and often customers wanting to move over to the nice shiny side of Odoo Enterprise, but then also trying to have OCA modules work alongside that, which is not that hard to implement, then you run into, okay, where we've added the OCA modules, it's nice, or we've introduced Enterprise and it all still works. And now comes the migration part. And if you're not doing new implementations and if you're not super enthusiastic anymore in your relationship with your existing customer, and it's just the hard work of figuring out, okay, how many hundreds of hours is this migration going to take, where we have to go through the black box of the enterprise migration, we have to take into account the status of OCA modules and what has been refactored and what is in a different repository or what is now part of core, and how are we in God's name going to handle all the customizations that we made with not that much knowledge of things a couple of years ago. This is a whole different ball game compared to the, you know, the glory days of, oh, let's write some code and let's see if whether or not it works actually in production. So we've matured, and I have to say it's not always as much fun as it was a couple of years ago.
Thank you. I agree with all of you. Maybe to complete, I would say that Odoo tend to promote cheap, fast, and easy implementation. Maybe growing a foolish expectation from customers who don't know what an implementation project may look like. So we have to educate them to give them the whole picture of what's to consider when you want to implement an ERP. So that's the first thing. Maybe you have see it for yourself. And also maybe the business and the consulting has grown, such as you need to be comfortable with the industry standards.
Mm-hmm.
So you used to be able to develop a lot, and now you need to really get the clients back to the industry standards because the solution has matured so much.
Mm. Yeah. Oh, I don't need to hold that. Oh, we're moving on quickly there, but really quickly to summarise there, because the first questions there were how has the role of the Odoo integrator evolved over the past few years, and what key skills are necessary. So, oh no, it's over here. I'm double. So Jay was saying that the consultancy side of things is the skills that really you need to focus on at the moment. Pedro's talking about reselling and going that way. That's sort of the main points there, but then you also had the industry standards as well, and you guys have, TERP has had to just evolve constantly from the small basic into the different I guess elements of the new integrations and implementations. So that probably didn't make a lot of sense, a lot of words. Here we go, quick one, next one. How do you introduce Odoo and the OCA to clients, and what key benefits of open source solutions do you highlight? Who wants to go first? Pedro's always ready. We can go this.
Something rotatory.
Yeah, you keen? There we go.
Well, Odoo, we introduce it as one of the most mature, if not the most mature, open source solution for ERPs, and growing for with OCA modules that today you can definitely have a project without customization of code production. So that's the first thing. And then as a benefits, of course, you will find the capability to check for bugs for yourself in the code, not being taken into hostage by your editor at some point. And of course, you have the ability to master, to define all the parameters of your offer. So that's pretty much like this, yeah.
How do we promote or introduce Odoo to OCA to the clients? Well, let's understand that who is our customer. The customer is somebody who either is not willing to go to the enterprise level ERP, not Odoo enterprise, but enterprise level ERP like SAP Dynamics and so. So they have a limitation of a budget. And what they want is power and freedom to have their own way of customizing it, have their own way of being burdened free from the licenses of what Microsoft and other ERPs provide. So how we simply introduce is, it's a powerful, flexible ERP system, a good ecosystem blended with a very good complementary layer of OCA modules. And the OCA modules give a power of short quality. You know, App Store is also one of the sources to get the modules. Similar modules of our OCA modules could be, you know, rebranded by some companies and they can sell on App Store. But the beauty is well-backed quality standards, even though our PR stages are small, but PR stages are slow. But the guaranteed quality of modules is giving a sure power. And again, whoever is implementing surely to the real customer, only those modules are getting contributed. So that assurance of modules working right is also a good thing to pitch to our clients. So how we simply pitch is majorly to public sector, because public sector companies do not want to go with subscription licenses. They want to go for perpetual solution. So they don't want to even pay for license. They say, I want a solution that is cost of the shelf, easily use it for a long term without a licensing worry. And that's exactly where we in India have seen the good blend of Odoo community and OCA modules working well. We also did 2 good implementation of public sector. One of the smart cities of India, we have done implementation, it is running smooth. The good blend of Odoo community and OCA modules. That's how we go. Yeah.
I want to paint a little bit of a different picture, because to us in the day-to-day, OCA modules mostly, I would say, act as a backstop to warn people against, for example, customizing too often and too quickly for their particular business strangeness, where we, for example, say, okay, you want to do X, but what if we present you Y? Because it is already an OCA module, you only have to change your workflows a little bit, and then at least you have a free, I never tend to forget to mention that the modules are a free and well-maintained quality module, that we have actual interactions with the creator, on which we can input ourselves, which is a way safer model of supporting their custom workflows compared to either core Odoo, where it can be refactored away willy-nilly, or us having to make it and then, you know, being hit on the nose with customizations 2 years later when we finally migrate after 5 years. Another thing that tends to happen these days is that I just straight up say no to possible implementations where they only want to use Odoo Enterprise and I don't want to be a reseller. I don't care for it, I don't care for the 10% commission, and if you can't easily explain to them and have them accept that there is a third-party module sphere around what is a relatively well-developed product and where they can, you know, install a module and it being fine, but only if they do it if it's an OCA module, and please don't accept whatever is on the App Store. If they don't immediately get this story, then I tell them, okay, go and find a gold partner, because that's obviously the party that would be best suited to help you with your implementation. So maybe it's a bit more cynical than a nice story of, hey, look, we can sell OCA to the world, but we're in a quite mature market. There are a lot of products in the Netherlands that work very well for accounting, for HR, that Odoo still can't fully compete with. And if they ever get to Odoo, it's often because of cost reasons or because they are finally implementing an ERP. And then again, I have to sieve it and think, but why would I want to even work with you if you're going there for cost reasons or because you decided that you need an ERP? So it's hard to sell OCA is my often what I tend to encounter.
Okay, about this, I always like to make some comparisons, similarities, or metaphors, because as other people that is not here, Rafael said the market for lemons, we are, yeah, he tries to push that term, but yeah, it's true that the customers don't know about all of this. So I built a metaphor talking about a Lego set. The Odoo, the modularity concept can be more or less compared to a Lego set where you have a lot of pieces, a lot of bricks. And then is when I introduce that you have the bricks made from Odoo, Odoo SA itself, that are free. Then you have the bricks that makes Odoo, but they are not free. And then you have another piece set that is very important, which is the OCA modules. These pieces makes you to get a lot of features that are of very good quality. So you can assure that making the whole Lego construction, this is not going to collapse.
Mm.
And then you can also put maybe the set that is the enterprise pieces, but this is associated with several constraints that you may or not may accept. One of them is the cost of the license and all the whole associated thing with this. When you stop paying, you have to, your construction, you have to remove all the pieces that are not. Another one is that if you need to put one piece on top of these enterprise pieces, that piece, you have to make it and you have to keep it yourself. You cannot share it. And finally, on the enterprise part, it results that you have another pieces from the OCA set that can replace these pieces, and they fit more or less the same. So, with this metaphor, I get to at least to people to understand this complex ecosystem.
It's a very interesting way of looking at it, isn't it? Just on the topic of all of that, I do have a quick question if we've got time. Yeah, 2 minutes, okay. Have you got any examples of successful client onboarding and education for the clients? No, no successful. The question, so any examples of successful client onboarding and education? As once you've got the
education sphere.
No, sorry. Educating your clients. Yes, you have it. Are you able to share? Yeah.
There's a company who came to us because they bought out our customer and we replaced their enterprise partner. And now the guy shoots in like a new task in our system and says, hey, I found this OCA module. I love it.
Yeah.
We couldn't have done any better. I think it's on Tom, but the guy has apparently internalized the fact that if it's an OCA module, then we actually prefer working with that instead of like buying some third-party thing and seeing whether or not it works and whether or not it was well maintained. And so this is something that I saw 2 weeks ago, and I'm still happy about it.
Yes, you can share. That's a success story.
Yeah, then there's one success story is the sponsor of OCA now. A company called Weinstein. We did implementation them. And for them, their own repos, we are also doing on OCA, and we also have open source. So yeah.
Great, yeah.
The customer is the platinum sponsor of.
Yeah, that's it. So yeah, and now they are the platinum sponsors. Yeah, for sure. Julian, do you would like to share?
I share a successful learning for a client that it was a few years ago, and he was pushing a lot for a paying module on the Odoo App Store. And recently, he did, we migrate the database. And in this context, we had to rewrite the whole module more or less. So in this sense, at the time we were seeing him like, if you have this module, this OCA module to use, it will be better off on the long time. And so he had to acknowledge it by himself, like just recently. So he learned it the hard way by mistake, but
yes, he got there in the end. Yeah, fabulous, fabulous. All right, so we're on to business models for Odoo services. So what business models do you follow for Odoo services? Subscription-based, project-based, support models? And so the second part of this is how do you balance custom developments with OCA module integration in your offerings? start down the end here. Here we go, Pedro.
Seriously? Well, I think I'm the most weird one on this ecosystem because I have gone to a very radical way of doing the business model, just providing one pack for all the customers. Obviously not the same price, but at the end is a subscription model that includes everything. Everything. No, a free VR of any development. But we pack everything for getting like a whole insurance. You can hire a full insurance of your car. So why not do it the same with your ERP? So we provide support and book fishing, unlimited boot fishing for all the PCs in this Lego construction. Odoo SA modules, OCA modules, and maybe some small customization specifically for the customer. And we also include both the minor updates on the same version, but also the major upgrades from one version to another. And that's also both a differentiation advantage and also a challenge. But this is how we conceive this. And when you get to this whole formula, this escalates well, because at the end, more customers you have, more shared work you have. And you do only one time the migration of this module, the migration scripts, and so on, and you apply on more customers. You also remove from the customer to provide a discussion some of the usual controversial things. Because if you don't include the migration, when there is a new version, the customer, the first question that they are going to make is, what are the things that include this version that benefits me to pay this amount to migrate? And it's very difficult to have the killer new feature to convince the customers to migrate. So removing from the equation the need to put more budget on this, because they have already paid on the monthly fee that they even don't remember. Put a SEPA B2B payment order, debit order.
It's done.
So it's very, it's a success, I consider, and I have reduced a lot of friction with customers, removing from the equation this kind of things. And also providing, like some of you do, support based on hours. This is constraining your business. Why? Because at the end, you only have the margin from your hour cost and the sales cost, no cost, price. So you cannot escalate, you cannot get more margin if you go on that basis. Well, maybe, this customer hasn't consumed the hours. This is margin. But at the end, your capacity is also getting the maximum incomes you will receive, because that's what you sell. The coupling, this, what you provide and the incomes you receive on this basis, you always pay this amount. It doesn't matter if I have to work 1 hour or 100 hours. The key here is to put the right price for not having to lose. But this is the way to decouple your capacity from your incomes. So that's, I think, that's the two keys of my business model.
How many customers?
50 right now.
There you go.
So imagine a totally different situation, maybe in part one where Pedro came from before implementing this subscription model. We only make, I think, 5, maybe 7% of our revenue out of subscription-based fees, and that's mostly because we also provide some hosting and we try to recoup infrastructure costs, maintaining our project management system, some tooling, stuff like that. And the rest is mostly big projects with existing customers, like the 15 active customers that we have, where a handful each year need migrating, and that might take 20 hours, that might take 40 hours, that might also take 1,100 hours if you're looking at a really funny migration coming from Odoo 11 Enterprise trying to move to 16, and where they have now, I think, hired a developer with Odoo itself because the Odoo migration scripts are not really suited for this migration. There's funny things going on if you don't genericize your offering and you try to be a bespoke solutions partner for some wildly different companies. And we tend to be quite flexible, and I think our strength is in our technical knowledge, so our hourly rates can be quite high. But then again, if I promised beforehand that a migration was going to cost 300 hours and I look into the timesheets this morning and I see 700 hours written, that's going to be a quite difficult negotiation. I'm afraid we're going to lose at least the opportunity cost of 20, maybe 25,000 euros there. And yeah, that's something that we've learned to live with, and we're still a profitable company, but the friction that Pedro mentioned is definitely there if you're not on a subscription model. And then the other interesting thing we do is we have 2 out of 11 people working pretty much full-time on a product, on a paid App Store module that you pay a lot of money for to get a really nice JavaScript front end going on what is right now quite simply the project model on Odoo. And there is a stand on the experience, and you should visit it. It's the Brinton Gantz Pro View stand, and that's just something we're trying out. And to be very honest, and it's unfortunate that there's a camera running, but unlike we recoup like 11 euros per working hour on this. So it's an experiment. I'm not sure whether or not it's going to work, but it's fun, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Sure, thanks. Our business model runs into 3 pillars. We call it a project, which is a full implementation, starting from requirement gathering to the AMC cycle, typical implementation. Second, we call it service, typically development for some company or some partners, or could be a little offshore, could be only for the consulting. Sometimes consulting is very important, as I always prefer. Having the right screw fixed is coming only from experience. So that's the consulting they said. The third pillar is very important. We call it product. What is product for us? It's not only the App Store modules, but also the industry verticals. So out of all projects we have done, we extract the common elements of the industry. Let's say if we have done something for the gym industry. So for the gym solutions we implemented, we extract the common elements and we make a gym as a product. And that's what we also sell. So we have such a 40 plus industry verticals we have kept ready to serve. Gym, spa salon, law and the field service as well, the law and legal management system, such small verticals, which is going to be the time for Odoo to come with micro verticals. So those verticals we are coming as a small products. So we have our business model, product, project and services. Subscription almost no, except we do some enterprise implementation, only those ones. But yeah, less revenue, more is into proper project and consulting.
Thank you. For Numigi, we have actually 20% of our turnover who is made out of subscription, so hosting and fees, and 80% is made out of services such as consulting, development, etc. And as for migration, we have a mix between Pedro and Terp, which is we have an annual fee that is charged to the client to maintain and port the common tools, and then it will reduce the final amount of the migration of the client. And we tend to not migrate every 2 versions, but 4 versions to make it easier financially and also humanly for the team of the client as for ours.
Yeah, that's 4 very different ways of doing business there. So that's it. We're moving on. All right. So our 4th topic here is managing projects, modules, migrations, and hosting. So how do you integrate OCA modules into projects? What are the biggest challenges within Odoo migrations, and what are the hosting options?
I think we just
covered quite a bit of that. Yep.
I have one thing to say.
Yep. Here we go.
Yeah. We are very practical about when somebody comes with a version migration from, let's say, 11 to 18 or 10 to 16, or some people from 8 to 13. So, see, there's a question that what value are you getting from migration? Because migration is not always an easy thing to go, because there are always options. There is an accounting rule that every 6 years you have to make sure your data is to be there. So accountant want, when they want reporting, they want only the older data for reporting. When they have 5 years analysis they want. So what we typically do, we properly brainstorm, because there is no one solution fits all. We brainstorm with the customer whether how much data you regularly need, how much actually the frequency is of this reporting you need. So sometimes we come up with a solution that, okay, we keep your older version as is, and we start afresh with the master data and opening balances to the newer version, because the cost is so high, and rather than the cost of migration is high, timing of course the developers and the analyst is high. Better that we simply only use a master data, and whenever you need data, we can make an API connection, we can make a bridge, so old data can be simply used in the either new database, or could be a BI tool that will do the reporting for you. That's how we do. And there are cases that for them we only keep only important data set, let's say only the invoices, only the accounting data to be migrated, not the rest. Because daily usage, the frequency is very important of the data. So if I use, my accountant is using daily the accounting, they really do not want to go to the old data. So it's not logical to mass your database unnecessarily, because the index technical word is very important as well. So our migration is very dynamic, and we don't really sell one thing to all. It's very depending on the customer.
Anyone else have anything to add? Yep.
I think the question of integrating OCA modules is quite simple in a lot of cases for us, because we have the Netherlands localization where a number of very logical modules live, and we tend to install those always, especially if a feature is not there in enterprise even, then for almost all of our customers, okay, here you are, there's a module for it, thank you very much, it's for free. And another thing is that often the modules are purely demand-based, so customer comes to us with some question and, okay, we've encountered this before, there's a solution, or maybe we haven't encountered it before and it's outside of our immediate knowledge. But oftentimes there's a very nice OCA module already there, thanks to people like Pedro, I suspect. And then there's of course the cases where you simply know that the way a client is handling their day-to-day workflow is pretty much stupid, and then you simply tell them, look, this can be solved in a way better manner, so let's install this module on your testing environment and you can go play around with it. And that often works pretty well. And then I would tend to say that the biggest challenge with Odoo migrations for us right now is actually the enterprise part, where you don't know what's going to come out of that script wherever they have it running, because is it going to take long? Is it going to take short? How do we handle the tooling around it? Yes, I know the solution in my brain and even in my heart, but my gut tells me that it is a very difficult conversation piece with customers. So Open Upgrade is very transparent. Even for me as a non-developer, I can understand what is going on in Open Upgrade, but I sure as hell don't know what's going on with the Odoo Enterprise migration.
Yeah, Pedro?
About integrating OCA projects, we use what we call it OCA first. That's our approach, where if we have a need, we search for that need in OCA, and if not, from the beginning, we put it on OCA. So even the first prototypes can be a pull request in draft state. So we don't do all the life cycle with the customer and then goes to OCA. That this is a very common problem, and why people have frictions in the OCA ecosystem, because they have already passed one phase where the customer put in the annotations, and then you go to OCA and you find another perspectives, another approaches, or even conflicting changes. And then they say, hey, Pedro doesn't want to accept this pull request. So you can avoid this trying to go to OCA at the very beginning of your development cycle. Even not having code, you can put an issue explaining what you want to do, and maybe you will be surprised discovering that this is already and you don't know.
Yeah.
Some can give a hint, or maybe pointing to one possible direction on this. So I advise you to do this. About migrations, we are, this is for us like the, how to say, the no stress task to complete the days. So let's migrate one module today. Tomorrow, another one. So we spare the migration tasks across time, and we are not very constrained because deadlines, because from the very beginning we have migrated to a new version. The next version race starts, and we are doing this migration first for having more knowledge about the new versions on the corresponding areas. Second, to not lose the way to code for adapting and so on, and also for taking the occasion to improve some things. So for us, it's very integrated on our day-to-day, and we don't need to have some sprints for migrating modules and so on.
That's great. There we go. Did you want to add anything there, Julian?
Just maybe on our use of OCA module, we have actually two patterns. One is a systematical approach in our profile or recipe of Odoo. We have a few modules that helps at the interface level that we add through profile module, so that they are installed at every building, every build, and we have also on client demand a process to integrate other module from OCA.
Great. Again, a whole range of different ways of dealing with things. Are we on to the next one? So, future perspectives. What trends or innovations will impact Odoo integrators? So what do you foresee impacting integrators in the Odoo ecosystem? And do you have a vision for the future of integration? So first of all, impacts, and then vision. Yep.
I'm quite afraid of Odoo SA taking so many things out of the community version that it will become a very opaque offering to any potential new customers, where the only way that they are going to see a viable open source based version of Odoo is by even speaking to an OCA integrator, and unfortunately, I think we are the only serious one left in our country. So
Oh, really?
we would be the first and the only party that they would need to speak to if they ever want to install open source Odoo. And that's, well, it doesn't scare me, but I don't like that responsibility. I'd rather mutualize it somehow. And maybe the future is sitting next to me here or there, but it's not a very cool position to be in, I feel. So that's the first thing that comes to my mind.
How about the others? Have you got Pedro, FJ?
On an ideal world, I would expect to have more people working with OCA, so that the effort to migrate all the modules to one version is split between more people. And there is very skilled people out there, but some companies have it with the door locked on their offices, and they don't know the real world, the real and very satisfying open source world. So I hope from OCA and to communicate well enough to attract to these people, and to be able not only to maintain version, but also to make R&D task. One note, because I think it was another point, about updates, versions, and so on. I want to make one clarification. Even versions are not more stable than other versions, okay? They are the same, so you don't have to be constrained by that.
There you go.
And another thing that comes with the approach, for me is not a problem which version, and I'm not on a rush to go to the latest version. Why? Because the business model, if you don't migrate now, you will migrate on a couple of months. And I don't skip versions. Understanding that, not all the customers go for each version. I migrate, for example, a customer from 14 to 16, another from 15 to 16, but then to 18, and so on. There is no need to pass for each version. It depends on the customer size, and it depends on the planning you do with the customer. But if I have already an even or an odd version available, and for a new customer, this is the good version, because everything I need is more or less migrated, or there is a little effort for having the modules migrated, I go to that version. I don't wait and put a 2 years old version, because that's the one I have focused. And it's also problematic to do that jumps. First, on a collaborative ecosystem, where you lose all the changes in between, and all the decisions that are made in between. And you find that after 2 or 3 versions, the module you used to know is not the same now, because there has been a refactoring, there has been some decision taken in between, and so on. So skipping version is not good for your company, because you are not on this. It's also important to gradually train your people on the things, on the new features, the new ORM things, and so on. If you skip these versions, and I know very radical skipping from version 11 to version 16, then you have to learn again everything, and it will cost more than if you go slowly on each version. So I want also to put that message, not in the correct point, but I have taken the occasion.
Sorry for claiming the mic before I pass it on. Another thing that I expect that we'll be facing is that we'll become more and more Odoo archaeologists, where potential customers come in on a very old version and with some really silly customizations, and that the only truly technically equipped parties that still exist to handle that stuff and get paid for it is an OCA integrator. This is often a fun way of earning money, but it can also be frustrating.
Yeah, I'll focus on the future trends, perspectives for as an integrator, as an OCA or Odoo integrator in the ecosystem. So what we have done, I'll enlarge the point of Pedro, that you have to keep your team very much up to the date with the latest features, because Odoo 18 is coming with good technical features, ORM is great. So what we do as a team of 120 in India, we have a learning and training department that continuously trains our people to make sure we are lined up with the right facts, with the right knowledge of Odoo. Plus now Odoo is a big ecosystem. ERP is a big thing. I think there is no one person who knows everything. So there is suddenly a module coming out of rooms module or rental module or subscription module which does wonder, which you might have not even known for. So the learning and research department which is doing good job for us, that's number one. Second, the way Odoo is growing to the companies, the little bigger companies now can accept Odoo. The older companies who have been using Odoo have a huge data. So my point is coming in, everybody will now have a huge data to handle. So if you are an integrator, maybe the good crux, good money could be you have an integration with the good BI tools. Because that's also lacking feature in Odoo, because you cannot make nice cubes A and B and make a report in Odoo. So that's why people like us, we have to do Power BI integration or Tableau integration. So for an integrator, the future perspective is to go better is, ERP is everybody is selling, but maybe do a good BI tooling integration. That is a way to go, because of course Odoo is not power packed in this. The third thing I see, which we have started building the products on, is the AI link of ERP. To make the life easy, we have started making AI link, some chatbot with all Odoo users and ERP users to talk with. So that could be the trend you can catch. And also while you sell Odoo, you also take left eye where which are ERPs growing next to the Odoo, and the right eye which are the ERPs growing up above Odoo. So talking small ERPs, ERP next kind of thing, yeah, good open source ERPs, fully open source, maybe better features. Also the plus level ERPs as SAP and so on. So while you are selling, you have to know these features also as well. Not only the knowledge of Odoo, but also the outside knowledge of Odoo to make sure you are well winged with the ERP lifecycle. That's what we do internally.
Thank you. Two trends I'd like to share maybe. One is that Odoo is developing more and more service implementation for itself, by itself, its consultant. So, in the same time, they are recruiting young, of course, partners that don't know too much the solution or have very few knowledge of it. And so the trends are there will be more and more resellers of Odoo license and trainers, and less experienced partners who do real integration and code customization and OCA contribution. So that's my personal take on this, but and the other one maybe is the integration of artificial intelligence. That maybe the integrators that will succeed in the coming years will be those who are able to integrate external tools such as AI and move on this ability. So, yeah.
How are we doing time-wise? We're okay. There we go. I can conclude. I don't know how well I'll conclude, but I will try. And then we can have some questions. So we've heard, everybody here has very different business models, very different outlooks on how they use things, but I think it all comes back to, as well, that they are OCA users and very much, and try and sell that and share that within, with clients. the migration side of things, it sounds tough wherever you go. But hopefully with Open Upgrade and continually putting the effort in there, we can make that easier and better and something that's easy to sell to clients. One of the key points that sort of came through as well as I was listening was just how important it is that we're educating the people that we're working with and our teams as well. It seems by skipping those steps, skipping and just jumping ahead, you end up costing yourself a whole lot of time and money that you didn't need to. So we'll open this up now to questions to the floor for our wonderful integrators. Thank you very much, all of you, for being here and sharing. Very appreciated. Here we go, first person.
Thank you. We have this one slide on business model. There was the one question,
Mm-hmm.
and then there was the question on balancing custom code versus OCA modules. I felt we jumped that question a bit, or did I miss it in your answers? And you had it?
We jumped it because we're trying to stick to timing. So we can have a go now if you'd like to about balancing OCA modules with, yep.
So OCA plus custom code.
Yeah.
Well, we're still doing our own migration of our own database from 14 to 16, and I'm of a mind to get rid of all the custom code wherever possible. And that's the crux of it, wherever possible. If we need to maintain some kind of silly customization because that is just a key client workflow, or in this case our own workflow, then unfortunately the only solution would be for us to commit it to OCA. And if I don't trust the workflow enough, then I just won't, because I don't think it would be a quality addition to the community. But I hope that we will be able, at least in the mid-term, to commit every customization to OCA, and I think that the person to the right of me is already at that point, so let him explain.
Exactly, with the OCA first approach, this is what we get. About 90% of the code we produce is on OCA. Why this remaining 10% or even less? I don't have stats for the last time, but it will be more or less that. Because any need you have can be guided to something standard, or you can produce something that can be a standard. Because most of the problems with customization is that it's not looking for a generic approach. So it's not suitable for OCA. But when we develop, we always look for a generic architecture to fit on OCA. Then we may provide or not more features on that generic architecture, because at the end we cannot say for any need you have to pay 200 development hours. Okay, but we try always to focus on providing a generic solution. And this 10% is thing that doesn't directly fit on OCA. The invoice report customization with the branding of the company. Of course, this is something totally custom and you don't need to do it. Or there are some flows that can be very specific or business strategic. So they don't want, and there is even some NDA clauses there, but they are the minimum, and I don't like also to work on that basis. I like always open, and I put on my contracts that everything will be open. From the beginning, warn the customer that, hey, this code is mine. No. This code will be open source, developed, funded by you, developed by us, and with the corresponding attribution, if you want. We have on OCA a section, the credits, for also putting that. This has been funded by this company.
Another question up here. Yeah. Did that help you?
Yes.
So coming back to selling to clients the OCA, at communication level, do you think we can do anything or something from the OCA to better communicate the difference with enterprise I'm just, before this talk, I was talking with by phone with a client. It was, hey, I'm on the Odoo webpage, and it's describing the difference between enterprise and community, that this is something that you are trying to sell to me, and I don't quite understand. So I have to, all the things that you said, I had to reply to him, and I feel like I lack some kind of common tool, because we are on common ground on this, on this part. Probably each integrator has more specific knowledge on a field, on some sector, but there is a common ground here where maybe from the OCA we can try to communicate. It's not enterprise versus community, it's enterprise versus community plus OCA. And the Lego things that you were saying, Pedro, how we can, do you think we can communicate this at OCA level and have everybody in a common ground communication tool to better communicate this to our clients?
Thank you. That's a very good question and point. But I think actually that it could be a good thing for OCA to develop some common tools on communication, on selling support, on commercial support, and it could also be a way to generate revenues, because it will take, of course, it could be for free, but it could be something that could be a source of revenues, and because it will take time to develop, to validate, and to maintain those type of documentation, as well as to publish it on website and different support of communication. But I agree with you 100%. It's something that could be done to raise the value and the perception of OCA. Yeah.
I think the most effective way would be to fork Odoo and start asking money as OCA, and I don't want to do that. So I think this is going to be a big struggle for us over the coming years, because I already can't clearly explain why people should choose OCA. It's just an experience that I've built up over the years, even as a non-developer, like I mentioned before, that, look, if you don't do this and you start extending Odoo, then you're going to run into trouble. But that's a future problem and not a right now problem if you're talking to a prospective integration customer. So, yeah, it's hard, and I think we should mutualize this tough stuff and maybe, I don't know, put a sticker on the module that says gold star, this is really good.
It is something that we talk about within the board as well a lot. I can share with you, like, just how to sell to the different, with the OCA to integrators themselves, then on to clients and that side of things. So it is big topics of conversation. I would say watch the space a bit. There we are trying to make change as well, and we are aware that that sort of thing would be very, very beneficial and helpful. So yeah, we're aware as well, so that you know, and we'll keep you posted, hopefully, on things coming. Pedro?
This question must be more answered by the current board and so on, but let me point to some ideas. So write down.
Yeah, we're recording it. There we go.
Now, one of them can be to have Odoo SA has already like an onboarding guide to sell Odoo. We can make something similar with OCA. Joining all our experiences and creating a guide that serves for newcomers and also for everyone wanting to sell OCA, with the patterns, the things to say and so on. That can be, I think, a good idea with a relative small effort. Another one can be to publish references of successfully community customers. That can be also a reference for people to trust on what you are trying to sell. And the last one is to publish some blog posts about all these things, putting together for not having to repeat the same speech to each customer. Instead, you reference to that pages. So 3 ideas.
Great ideas.
For free.
There you go. Thanks, Pedro. That's it. We have another question here.
Yeah, I wanted to also maybe add another idea.
Go for it.
The one from Pedro is, yeah, kind of probably have kind SaaS Odoo community plus OCA best of OCA module that can be used as kind of some business model. It's not licenses, but it's more paid user to be in the SaaS with bundled solution. Could be project, could be accounting, could be invoicing, anything else. Just single app that will install the whole bunch of OCA module that is nice for this solution. And having this, yeah, it needs to be promoted and so on, but it could also generate leads for OCA partners that will give the support and probably also extend the maybe customization or the configuration and help and training to the customers. Because probably a part of giving the infrastructure, the SaaS infrastructure to their customer, I don't think that OCA should take in charge the consulting business. For this, it probably should give it to the best OCA partners. And the subscription things could be a things or something else, but anyway, this could be a solution that brings revenue, even if it will be some investment to do, but could do also kind of roadshow in a different country, and they can also contact the official Odoo partner to say, okay, we do the roadshow, we make advertisement to local customer, and we also contact the local partner, the Odoo partner, say, okay, come to see what we can give you as a services, as a solution, and so on. But
that's great. Thank you for sharing. We have tried this year as well. Well, we started with the Odoo India Community Days as well. Yeah, pass it. So we have we are sort of trying that this year with the Odoo Community Days in India. We had a booth, we had our partners, our members there on the stand, and that was quite successful as well. Cyril?
Another silly idea maybe.
No ideas are silly.
To have a OCA ERP powered by Odoo.
Yeah, sure. Fork it.
Don't fork Odoo, but do a OCA ERP, like Lucien said, but with a more marketing approach.
It's not easy actually. You know, see, every company is an individual company. So if you want to make an OCA ERP, we have to have a big structure that people are dedicated to do it, paid to do it, and there has to be a model, a typical business model for OCA as a company.
I think
it's very difficult. We cannot sustain. Even while we were in 2018, we were thinking that if Odoo shuts the shop, they stop, okay, Fabian sells it. We were thinking Chem2Chem is a capable company, C2C. They can handle Odoo as a community model and they can take it forward. But actually, now Odoo, the way Odoo has grown, forking and mentoring is a deadly difficult task. You cannot reach to every country unless you have Odoo.
Yesterday I was discussing with Virginia as well, and we were talking about the time when Odoo SA is going to be bought by Google or something, and it's not going to be open source anymore.
Yeah. That's why you have to build your own.
You prepared that.
That's why
pass this back. But we can't. He's not recording him talking. Yeah. Oh, he's finished talking. Too quick. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay, I think that is a pretty good point, and I think we should be prepared. But especially when I think about the features you also said, the community is getting less and less. And I think we need to be prepared for that, and especially if we're always competing with Odoo SH. But I think the main difference is Odoo enterprise, in my opinion, and also the partners are selling features. And I think the Odoo community companies are selling solutions. And I think that must be the big difference. So I think we understand customers even better and find a fitting solution for them. Instead of putting a product up to a company, we receive calls from different customers. We have enterprise, but it's not working. And it's not working because the solution is not good. It's not working because the partners are not interested in the customers. And this is something where we might put on and say, okay, we have solutions for this, but we also need to prepare for having a community version which can compete with Odoo Enterprise.
Well, let me pitch you an alternate reality, because if we aren't all 100% into this, like if we can't do this all together, then we individually as a company will just be servicing probably enterprise partners as their business-to-business solution builder, and that will earn us money as well. And then unfortunately we'll have to say goodbye to any open source model. Yeah, let me state that as a fact to the camera, because that is a possible future that we're looking at.
I don't think so.
Now, let me reason it. I don't think that Odoo SA is going to close in a more or less mid-term future date. Odoo, because is a way to get leads and is part of their marketing or the image. They have an open product with all the asterisks you want, but they have this. And this is an entry for a lot of people to attract to this software. And then they put enterprise and so on. But if you think they are closing on each version a small fraction, reaping some things. They keep the same percentage of code, that is their delivery, and we already know what certain promises means. Yeah, but it's not also a problem, because the community is absorbing on each version, on each closure, the corresponding OCA modules to provide the same features. So we are expanding more and more the OCA ecosystem with the things they are moving, and we have time to do it. So for me, it's not bad. I sometimes prefer to have the control over the evolution and to have patches and so on in, for example, the OCA reconciliation modules, than trying to fight against Odoo to have some basic things explained that they are needed and so on. So it's not bad at all, this thing.
You know, Pedro, we just say, let's just get ready. We don't say we must be ready.
Yeah, but the way to, I repeat the sentence, Cyril is saying that we must be ready for this scenario. But this is what we are doing, providing the pieces that are missing on each version. And it's important, and let me put another commercial message, that being enterprise or not, please support the creation of the new features although you have it on enterprise. For example, the reconciliation modules and any other things. For two reasons. One, to prepare to that scenario and to have alternatives, or not be only locked on enterprise. And the other, if there is some kind of support, the community contributors don't have to spend the time doing that thing, so they can spend their time doing another interesting things. So please support also.
So yeah. You had a quick question. Is it quick? Because we're at lunchtime. So one quick last question.
No, it's It's more like a hypothetical thing, because I'm hearing things about what if they close shop and we should be ready and so on and so on. This gentleman was talking about, shouldn't we be talking about creating a SaaS solution so we can get ready and go compete with Odoo? Aren't you guys afraid that if you're going in that direction, the Odoo attitude will change completely?
We're just about to be squashed. No, I mean, what attitude? Compared to some of the people here, I'm a relative newcomer, but even I have seen the attitude change with the changing in size of the Odoo experience and the amount of access that you get to any Odoo people. I mean, we're on our 700th Odoo partner manager right now, and that suddenly there's 3 people at Odoo that I speak to because some of our customers are actually interesting to them. And then we get upgraded to a different person who is not 21 but 23 years old, you know. I don't feel being taken very seriously by Odoo, and I personally don't mind. So it is a valid argument, but I'm already past that.
It's a quick, because I have to go down and sort out lunch. These people are wandering around as well the whole time, so you are able to chat to them real quick.
Yeah, maybe one comment on what you just said. I think exactly this already happens, that Odoo already crashes the bug anyways, because we did that as company, we did that I think now 6 or 7 years ago, that they let us fall because we did not do Odoo enterprise business. We said, okay, no, we want to stick to OCA, we want to focus on that, and it's exactly what's happening there. But as you said, I'm also not afraid anymore of this. We are doing now business after this partnership with Odoo. We are not Odoo partner anymore, and we do not implement any enterprise anymore.
See, there you go.
And we are still here, so I think it's still the right way to go.
Very good. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Yeah. Sorry. That's great. Just remember, you can have a chat with anybody while you're here. It's the wonderful joys of the OCA days is that everyone's available. We are available. Everyone's available to have a chat with. So thank you again to our integrators, and I'll go down and sort out lunch. So thank you. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.